Yo, hi chat. Welcome to the stream, guys. How's it going? Perfect. All right. All right, let's check this out. So apparently we got a data mine, guys. I'd like to see if there's anything you find in here. There's maybe gonna do like another PoE practice one also later. Is 9 Necro going to be all about minions? No, but minion builds in general look like they're going to be pretty good on all classes. Because a lot of the good stuff was nerfed. And we already have pretty strong minion stuff here. You know, there's like minion Necro. That's going to be pretty top tier. There's minion Barb. There's companion Druid. So yeah, there's going to be lots of minions going on. Because all the other stuff is going down. And I guess the entire rogue class basically is Shadow Clone, so... Alright. Now this is most of the stuff that we've already seen, right? These are the changes on the patch notes. The claw does 80% damage. It's gonna be wild to log in on a Season 9 start, man. You're gonna log in and you're gonna feel so fucking insanely strong. It's gonna be funny, man. Okay, so Grizzly Rage. Actually, I'm not 100% sure how Grizzly Rage cooldown works these days. Does it cool down while inside or not? Because I think it didn't used to. So damage bonus is increased by 4% each second. So it has a 60% bonus. And then after 10 seconds you have 100% or what? Kills extended duration by 1 second, overpowering boss extends by 5 seconds. Can it go above 10? Is the range duration 10 seconds, can be extended by 10, can't go above 10. Yeah, I think they mean the bonus duration can't be more than 10. I'm not 100% sure how Grizzly Rage works here exactly. I haven't tried it in a long time. I wonder if like the Bone Splinter build is gonna be something now. They're buffing Bone Splinter by ×2. And I think that build didn't really run like a lot of the other aspects, and they have actually a lot of maximum resource for adaptability. There's like, you know, an aspect that spawns a lot of Bone Splinters when you get Bone Spirit. It used to be kind of playable. Unstoppable during the full duration of Grizzly Rage. Yeah, it's kind of nice. I think that makes sense for an ultimate with that, you know, theme. Victimized, dude. Ditch. Okay. Okay. This seems kind of pointless. Like, is there like any poison direct damage? I guess Stinger has poison direct damage. Actually, Touch not have 2. Okay, so maybe this will actually be useful now. Yeah, some Spiritborn changes are going to be relatively impactful, especially Noxus Resonance. All the poison builds going to change quite a bit. Have some work to do there. Tree, where? They are reworking the skill tree actually at some point, probably in the expansion. I mean, the skill tree has served its purpose pretty well, I think, so far. It's just that, you know, very often they kind of like forgot that skills have like 2 different upgrade paths, and then only one of them was relevant, and so on. But yeah, a nice overhaul of like the entire system would be a good idea at this point. And what is the first category here? Skills? Skill modifiers. Ah, okay. It's kind of funny that Death Trap got Dance of Nights got nerfed in this patch. Like directly, not just indirectly from the key passive changes. Although not really a nerf you'll feel. Ah, we should check this stuff here actually. This is kind of important since they kind of categorize like, what is it? Resource spending, resource consumption. And the third type. I need to see that again, actually, this is important. Okay, spending resource, consuming resource, draining resource. But you still have to test if resource cost reduction can increase this damage. It's gonna be important. If I had full control, what would I implement and rework about endgame system? Plenty of stuff. I discussed it yesterday, actually. Make like some actual juicy mechanic. Or like an entire like Atlas passive tree, PoE style. You know, that affects all endgame systems. Lots more target farming, lots more like, you know, bringing back old season themes as like side content and so on. With their own like, you know, special rewards. Oh, this number is higher than it said in the patch notes. It said 10%. Oh, it is actually 12. Right? Right. Okay. Aspect Rabbit means direct poison damage or dot poison. You mean this? This means all poison. If it says poison, this means direct damage and dot. If it says poisoning, that's the only dot. This means like for boulder. I mean, okay, here you convert everything anyway, right? So all your damage, basically. It's going very interesting to try out the poison trap stuff on the rogue. Bursting awareness aspect and spray into the packs. Spawn like 10 poison traps. Does the common points actually increase the damage of Dance of Nice at all? I'm not even sure if it does that. I don't think so. Hmm. Direct damage to convert to also dot? No. Just your physical damage or your lightning damage is now poison. That's it. It just changes the element. There's no dot attached to poison directly. Ash fire aspect. What a convenient this. Okay. That's interesting. 10 ranks for Battlecaster. Is that good enough? Probably early game, yes, and then later, no. Because ranks and concentration skills doesn't do anything, right? For Ice Blades and for Familiar, for anything, really. If you play like a Hydra build. Next season top bid is gonna be 80 or something. Nah, we're still gonna do hundreds. Like Barbs with Earthquake, Death Trap, like Bone Spear, Blood Wave. Like they're still gonna do 100. Around that. Spiritborn as well, I guess. Spiritborn is gonna be like S tier now, probably. Okay, affixes. Now it gets interesting here. So most of the stuff we just saw was directly from the patch notes, but there were like one or two things different. 2 fury drains per second. Okay. 10 fury drains per second. Okay, so they changed all these tooltips here. They actually like capitalized the drain, even though this is not part of this trio of tooltips. Actually it is drain. Okay. What's this? Spend, consume, drain. You break your 4th chess piece in a row. Have you heard of Shroud of False Death? Should try to get that one. You don't have that issue. This is a tooltip change, right? It's kind of interesting here. Ugly Bastard Helm. I like that they made like a Wrath of the Berserker thing. It's just that Wrath of the Berserker is just not really a very useful ult right now, right? Everyone's just running Coda. Okay, here's the temp burst changes. Seems like generally lower. If you look at this, yeah. And these were already tempers we didn't use. So now they're even lower. Slight nerfs though, doesn't matter that much, I guess. Oh, that's interesting though. It's the same number as damage while berserking, while Warcry is active. That's kind of weird. Okay. See, like a lot of them have like similar numbers now. And some of the like harder to meet conditions have a bit higher. I mean, that kind of makes sense. Like this and this. I mean, realistically, when you play Wrath of the Berserker build, you probably have perma. That's still kind of trash. Chance of bash to hit twice. Okay, that's actually very good. So I can get like one two-handed weapon, get 100% hit twice on bash. 65 without any masterwork. So even without a masterwork crit, it goes to 94. One masterwork crit is enough on a two-handed. I can probably min-max it by... No, you can't actually, because you'll likely just run Naradnis and Shadow of Raphael or something. So you have to do it on two-handed. Belligerence. Oh no. Does it go in the neck now? Datamine is usually correct. Mostly. I mean, stuff like this, I would expect to show up exactly as this says, yes. Sometimes there's some weird stuff in there, but this should be what we see. Noxious Spine Breaker. Okay, here's the Tempers. A Bloodless Lightning Bolt damage. Oh. Wait, did they buff the bear chest? Wait, this one says 4%. And here it says it went from 2 to 3. So I am confusion. What about 750? So they probably changed this value. Wait. Okay. It seems like it has some weird item power scaling. Look at this. 1.5 to 2.5. And then when they go to 700, it goes lower. So they probably fixed that. Okay. So it's not actually changed to the item. The boots have belligerence. Okay, that might be it actually. You're right. Okay, you have to drain. Actually, I should like control F for this stuff here. I want to see what else they changed to these tooltips. Jetzt werden wir da, wenn wir dann hier. It's honestly like see like the same thing in multiple places, yeah. Like what is this kind of going to change this called? Affixes. But you also see like aspects and so on again. Corpse tendril damage. Why is that a thing even? Holy. Iron Maiden damage, dude. I wonder if they're ever gonna make Iron Maiden into something that we actually want to use. Summon damage buffed. Numbers overall are better now. No, many of them are actually nerfed. The new numbers are usually smaller. You see, Arcana 20, it went to 85, and I mean, sometimes it's like almost the same, a bit better, like 60 went to 65, and so on. Yeah, overall, I guess most of these changes don't really have a huge impact, so it's probably fine. And just go for whatever is like the highest average, and that's it. Whereas damage bar fortified? Damage bar fortified was not changed, it seems, which is like already the number 1 temper on the class anyway, you know? Yeah, 105. The damage bar fortified is just the best. And it didn't change it. So, okay. Because everyone is fortified anyway. Okay, none of it needs better, now it's just changed. There's some discussion going on about Eaglehorn. Maybe they're gonna change how the item works. Rage. Every 10 seconds when the imbue skill hits an enemy, you trigger a large explosion. Kinda sounds like this will do nothing. But okay. I mean, it's gonna be very fun to use some Shadow Imbuement a bit in the early game and stuff, but I don't really have hopes in the late game. But I mean, there's Assassin's Stride. But it only works on mobility skills, and I think Dance is not. Is that called mobility? And Dance doesn't have a mobility tag. So it's only Dash and Shadow Step. Like, if Dance was at least a mobility skill, and I think this makes sense. Like, right now it has neither core nor mobility tag. It just has agility. Because it's here. If that was tagged mobility, then it could do some Shadow Imbue shenanigans. And that could actually be kind of cool. And that would actually solve a lot of problems that Dance of Knives has. Which is that sometimes they just can't eat for density and stuff. If they actually make like a viable like Shadow Dance of Knives combo. Plus it has ranks and mobility skills on the boots, where I usually put agility ranks or Dance of Knives ranks. Like, everything would actually make sense. I think they should do that. They should add mobility tag on Dance. Then you can do this here. Yeah, this could actually be cool. I think this would be kind of cool. And what is the cap on the potency now? 150 cap, right? So they already get like 120 potency here. I wonder if they multiply. Or if it's just like this is potency and this is potency. And they just add. Seems like I can look at that mixture as a completely dead. When will Rogue be top again? I should play right now, maybe. I mean, next season's also gonna be top tier, so it's fine. Oh no. They deleted the Flurry Glove. The one that we saw last season. This was the two effects on the Flurry Glove. Okay, I mean, okay. This one already exists as an aspect, so maybe just fix that. But it deleted this part here as well. So I wonder if they're gonna, like, just never release that glove. Rip the dream. Yeah, at least they changed something about it, so I don't know. And now we have this. 35% damage to enemies affected by trap skills. Oh, it's tier 2, okay. I was like, that is really low. I guess if tier 3 will be 65. Oh no. Oh no. There it is. Unlucky. Okay. When will Max Panel get updated? Well, I'm not sure how well I get the Datamine. Can we actually download the PTR already? If yes, then we can also Datamine. Otherwise on Tuesday. Usually it's always on the day when it goes live. Their jab is strong but not as satisfying as Dance on Knives. Yeah, Dance on Knives is really down in the gutter. You're gonna level with it. You're gonna be the fastest till you get to level 60. You go into Torment 2. And then you delete the build and play Death Trap. Just like this season, basically. You can download PTR already. Okay, so we should be able to data mine. I tagged with. What do I think about putting caps on key passive? I mean, I guess on one hand it does make things a little bit less interesting, but on the other hand it also ensures better balance. Like, I don't think there's such a problem to like homogenize choices a little bit. You know, as long as there's like enough difference and enough, you know, different flavors basically. Because we very often run into the situation where like one thing is just like 1,000 times better than the other. And, you know, it's just like not really a choice. If you give them similar values, then yeah, at least they have choices. So I don't really mind that very much. But it will kind of like upset the existing balance that we have, and a lot of builds will like will suffer for a little bit until they you know, fix other things. Stream is not on today. Anxiety Enlightenment is just like, you know, way too powerful right now, and you know, putting a cap on it or something like that, like, you know, these things, they do help in order to produce more choice. Crucible. I think a lot of people do welcome nerfs as well, so. Okay, so consume is the same as spend, just that you can't use RCR. And drain is just its own thing. So that means that this can proc banish talisman, right? Banish notes. And this. Wait, can we make like a banish lord's talisman overpower Hydra? No, you cannot because you need a neck. Dungeon Escalation is not like Echoing Nightmares. Okay, the buff to like a hit chance tempers. Sure, I guess. But I don't think this will really be that great. But I guess it's a utility slot, so if you have nothing else to put there. It's kind of interesting. So Seba Zontic right now has 80 to 130 in the game. But he says 40 to 65. And this is also what our planner says. I know, actually Riff fixed it. I think he fixed it. So for some reason this is just like doubled. They did like some weird solution there to double it. But for a long time it used to say also 40 to 65 on a planner. Maybe Riff fixed it now. So they made it like a two-handed aspect or something. Just killing time until season 35. I mean, you're going to be busy next week for sure. There's a lot of stuff to do here with the PTR. Like on Spiritborn, we have a lot of work actually. CL pens went from drain to consume. Yeah, it could be interesting. I'm not sure if that is actually a functional change or just a tooltip change. But at least consume allows you to benefit from some other stuff. I did not play PD2. So here's the interesting part. Here's Kepeleke. And this one also says consume with the new nomenclature. But Kepeleke, you can use Resource Cost Reduction to deal more damage. So I wonder if Resource Cost Reduction will just apply to anything that says consume and deal more damage based on consumption across the board. And if that is the case, then you can make really big Hydras. Because that aspect also says consume. Yeah. So if you put this on a 200 weapon and you have 200 mana, you get 5% per mana, you get 1000% bonus. But if then you have a Starless and you have double the mana, you get a 2000% bonus. Which sounds pretty balanced actually. Hydra has no cost, but it consumes everything. What? Okay. And they're only a temper a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Gamescom is in like 3 months, so we're probably gonna get news there, I imagine. At the latest. Or maybe some other event. What the hell is this? Are these like the item mods? But this doesn't exist. These are like the weapon mods and stuff. And here's res, the nerfed res. This also doesn't exist. $2026 is ExileCon. Is that confirmed? Always temper. No, this is not tempers. I think these are the item rolls, like on actual drops. But for some reason there's basic and there's also close, which doesn't exist. This is summon damage. Ah, this might be implicits actually. Maybe. And this is dagger and scythes and so on. But basic damage is still nowhere to be found. Yeah, maybe they tweaked a few unique items. Ah, here damage are fortified. This is generic. Really. Isn't that like a Necro recipe? What about Barbs? They don't have that. For some reason it's in a generic category. Okay, so they did nerf that. Close is buffed. And distant is buffed. I wonder if that's like the same bug that we just saw on the Druid item. Not that this matters in any way. Yeah, look, 1.5 to 2.5, and then 1 to 2, and then 2.5 to 4. Funny. Never realized. Nuke resistance, all higher. This is, okay, this is probably Rakunov and Jens. Ooh. That is quite a nerf, to be honest. 32.5 to 17.5 is almost half. Like, this doesn't even make it much better than just a normal pair of boots, basically. Oof. Plus. Okay, I have diamond, and then, okay, so depending on the distribution here. I guess here's an armor roll, this could be a rest roll, right? And this is not even a GA and masterwork or something. So you might still see them, but realistically with those values, it might be better just to put like a rest roll here, rest roll there, and then have normal boots. Like Rakunov doesn't really serve any purpose besides giving you a bit of cooldown. Why are they nerfing rest so much? I mean, these items were pretty good for just solve that problem all in one go. I don't really mind. I think it's fine. We actually have to look out for some important stats like resistances. I'm just kind of bamboozled that they also increase the maximum resistance. So there's like, you know, a larger impact of not capping a res now. Because each percent they get closer to 100% makes each percent more valuable. So going to 75 instead of 70 as the maximum is a very noticeable change. Like if you're like 5 off the maximum, you're gonna notice that a lot more now compared to before. Or if you're 10 off the maximum, for example, or something like that. So previously it was like, okay, you kind of want it, but it wasn't like, you know, a full day and a night, and we're kind of getting closer to that. And it just made us more tanky for no reason. So that's also kind of weird. Like they're nerfing our damage, forcing us into lower and easier content, but at the same time they're also making us tankier. And we already have the problem that everyone is just invincible in late game. So why did they buff maximum res in the first place? And you have G-Def, yeah. Yikes. To make Tyrius more used over Shrouds? Not a chance. I just explained how we get more tanky and not less tanky. So Tyrius becomes even more worthless now. They nerfed rest on areas bearing as well. Dude, what a change. 70 overpowered to 65. Okay. Boost dagger got buffed, guys. They even nerfed rest on Fracture Winter class. They really want to nerf rest. I hope they're gonna delete the cheat death jewel, by the way. What's their obsession with cheat deaths, man? Every time. I don't get it. Why does it keep coming back, man? Actually, I just realized that Indira's memory is only a nerf if you actually use Blood Wave. But does Bone Spear actually use Blood Wave? Huh. So there's actually not even a nerf for this. But for Blood Wave it is, I guess. Death Master at level 73. We're not looking at levels. That's just like some random, like everything's just level 73 here. Doesn't matter. Here, there's a cheat F1. Delete it. No Queen's Talisman nerf, very important. Hooves of the Mountain God. It's kind of weird that I gave it evade with reduced 2.5 seconds instead of 1.5 seconds. Seems kind of random to add a high number there. Why does Anomalies have overpower damage on it, by the way? Yeah, it seems like the updated daggers to have more close damage. Yeah, 50%. Yeah, that actually makes sense, huh? The swords have a lot more, as realized. 57. And that's 20. Isn't it the same? Yeah, Flicker Step has 2.5. But there's also an item that is based around evading, right? So it kind of makes sense. Like these Bavarian boots, they just get 2.5 just because. I mean, sure, right? But it seems kind of, you know, not part of the theme. I hear this. 20. So how much is a normal pair of boots? It says 12, but they also changed Auric. Yeah, this is actually the item mod. It says Auric 12. But here it says 10.8 to 8.8. I mean, this is only for like lower item level, actually. Yeah, I think they only changed the 750 version. Have a look at this. Yeah, they nerfed that. So this is probably unchanged. So you can still get 54 auras on the ends if you go GA, Triple Masterwork. Wilted potential. Oh, maybe they are making this glove at some point. Look. Maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Okay, they're buffing access. And making a Diablo fall for cheap. I don't know, it goes on sale sometimes. Maybe there is still a sale actually, I remember there was something. But I'm not sure if that's still running. Okay, they buffed all the axes. They nerfed all the bows. They nerfed all the crossbows. Wait a minute. What is this? Buffed all the daggers. Dude, how many unique daggers do they have here that we have never seen? The devs have no clue. I mean, to be honest, like most of the nerfs are actually in the right spots, I think. It's just that there's like a lot of collateral damage. So they have to fix that over time. Okay, they buffed scythes. Buffed staffs. Nerfed the swords. Why did they have these weird numbers in the first place? 57.4. They buffed basic skills. Pork. Yeah. Stormclaw, guys? Anyone? Okay, so this goes way down. Twin sword also going down. Okay. Why does this one have 50? The others have 33. This is 750 and this is 800. What the hell is this? Shield unique. Monkas. Would Barb Bash be good? Yeah, it's gonna be tough to call it good, but it might be a thing. Is this the stuff you're gonna get from the season journey and so on? Slayer, Cutthroat, Werebear, Conjuration, Summoning, Centipede. Contains a smattering of heraldic files. Return of season starter packs. Yeah, I mean, that's what I just saw here. I mean, we already have this in the game right now. Like when you turn in the season wrap, for example, you get a cache like this as well. You get like, okay, it doesn't say archetype cache, but depending on the class you are, you get like, you know, a cutthroat cache or a marksman cache or something. So it already is there anyway. This is usually from like season theme or like season journey rewards and stuff. Or of the rep. Collected after level 15. They are nerfing some of the costs for masterworking 1 to 4. But besides that, nothing about rail crystals. I mean, okay, we're gonna get like more like material target farm in 9 Dungeons. So that might help. Will the season journey be annoying next season? Well, I mean, they did change the the caches, which was like the hardest thing to do. Oh. What? Mm-hmm. Nice. More clutter on the buff bar, guys. I wonder if that 25% more gold works for the gold goblins. That might actually be nuts. Dude, these are literally the icons from season 7. Actually, the names too, and the effects. Okay, they're just listed here, but it's actually all the old stuff. But I mean, many of them are coming back, right? Yeah, it says you can have 1 heroic elixir. So I'm pretty sure they stack with normal pots. Now they're making 3 different scrolls that probably won't stack. Pets are there, aspirational goat. That'll be a funny pet. Murmuring opals. That was a typo. It's a U. Okay, so that's it apparently. Okay, so actually not too much in this Datamine. Besides like one random aspect was slightly changed, which is mangled. Which is an aspect that no one will ever use anyway, pretty much. So this one is 12 instead of 10. And 4 on the min instead of 5. And then a bunch of the tempo changes, but otherwise not really any big surprises in here, I gotta say. Neo Maximus, thanks for Prime. Alright, I think I'm gonna do some cooking. Let's start with pants build for Spiritborn. We can just start here. Oh, shit, what's the thing called? Balazan's Max Lattle. Beautiful. Balazan. Okay. So, delete. Just put the pants. Would we actually change a lot here? I guess this needs to be a razor blade. We get Ahu, Quarks, Pock full. I think this is actually fine. We don't need a curse touch. This is some cool stuff for thorns. So there's this for like Giga AoE. There's actually a ridiculous amount of AoE. So I wonder if you want to use this, even if your single target will suffer a bit. But the AoE is going to be ridiculous, right? Although I'm not sure if this actually works with like active thorns, like the pants. So this might be experimental. We have to check that. Then there's this, which allows us to actually stack the pants. Because the second line we will not get otherwise. On the other hand, I mean, we can just not go for armored height and 100% block. Like, we can just let them hit us. They're gonna be squishy. No shroud. No pants. gonna be squishy as fuck. I don't like that. And the thing is, we are forced to have 55 block chance because we need to run a quarterstaff. And we need to run patient guard. So it's hard to not block a lot of hits. What else is there? There's Inner Calm, which is actually not a terrible idea. That's conceded. Yeah, I remember, I think there was something wrong with Needle Flare and Rock Splitter, if I'm not mistaken. Ava might know this, actually. I think it didn't really work well. Okay, so I conceded would probably be this move here. Also, you have to get barrier somehow, unless we change. We don't have to run Viscous Shield anymore necessarily. It's 33% damage if you have full barrier. But we do have alternatives now. In fighters, a 20% damage attack speed buff. Is that a cap 1 or 2? Maybe gonna use Infighter these days. Fuck. We should retest it anyway. Maybe it's gonna go into cap 2 now. We dodge or block. Yeah, I'll definitely check this. This seems like usable. We also need this actually. And then there's this 10 seconds timer. But 10 meters is a very long distance. How long is that exactly? This is 50 meters. I know impedance is like roughly an entire screen. So it's like 2/3 of the screen. You get one stack every 10 seconds. So for boss fights it's gonna be kind of awful, but for normal fights it should be fine. Okay, the very least you can run Spiny Skin. Convergence is okay. Sapping is okay. But I guess Revealing we want to remove. But I could keep it. Like for pushing, Revealing is probably not the move. Because at some point you're not gonna stagger the boss anymore, but otherwise you do a lot of damage to crowd control enemies thanks to Scourge. And this helps to stagger as well. So we could just replace Viscous Shield with Spiny Skin. We do lose a lot of defense though. There's the life, there's the DR. But it has like crit and stuff, so it's probably this board needs to be removed. I don't even know what this looks like. It's like tricks out of trade layout. Thorns, res, life, life. Okay, it's actually not a bad board, I think. So you want revenge. It's very good. So of decks down. We have turf. Kenny doesn't... Wait. Yeah, this needs to be changed. So we can do odd match. Which is not bad. Maybe a revenge. How much thorns is that? $65. And we have like 4,000. Yeah, that's like useless actually. So we should probably do this. That's a lot of thorns. This is a cooldown reduction, and then there's like 4 and 4. So I'm pretty sure we want to do something like this. $150 thorns when we have like 7,000. Yeah, this is pretty terrible. We don't want to put hubris here. We want to put something else here. There's damage, so maybe something like here, for example. Turf is 74. Colossal. It says crowd, vuln. Physical to non-elites and bosses. So this is higher rare bonus, higher legendary bonus, but doesn't work on elites. This works everywhere, but you just stack it. Actually, I realized it's only physical, so we can't really do that. So we have to do this. So I think I put turf here. And put hubris here. And then we put colossal here, maybe. Is there anything else? Because we do physical and non-physical, we can't really do canny or outmatch. So we have to do this. And turf is fine, because we go close damage anyway. Wait, what? This is a magic buffing glyph with strength requirement. Interesting. It just like buffs itself. You used to have that on Rogue. So something like this. So this is probably like the last board then. It's gonna be kind of monka because you have to hit the non-physical here and here, because else you're not gonna get it. So I'm not sure if we can do this as the last board. You might have to buff out here or here with 5 points. But you probably want to start with Spiny Skin. We can also do this here, right? We can just attach this on the side. How's it? So just do number 3 conversions, and then number 4 sapping, and number 5 you do this. Maybe hit a life. We don't need this. We don't need that. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, we don't really care about the max resource and stuff. But fine. There's armor and dodge. Here's the rest. We definitely want to pick up all the rest now. Not sure about the armor. It's like a random 15 for once. Like so low. Shit. Okay. It's like any other glyph. No, we have to go Colossal. This might be something worth taking. If we need the armor. Okay, save. And then this is gonna be like emeralds. There's no fawn stem anymore, right? No, it's just stats. Barrier gen. We're not even going for barriers. So we have to heal. So I do this. Now it's gonna be interesting actually. Wait a minute. I wonder if this can proc from the wolves. If you go wolves. This might actually be nuts if that works. I'm gonna put the wolves in there. And we'll see if that works. Proc and see. And technically we don't need Ravager. So we can change that to counterattack. We need counterattack actually. Which makes me wonder if we actually want to have Armored Hydra on the bar, but we need to get resolved somehow. Okay, can we imitate the seasonal gems somehow? They give us half, right? So we can't really imitate right now. So I think it's going to delete them. So when we have seasonal gems, we're gonna get 120 armor. So 360. And 18 all res. So interestingly, we have enough res. We have no res rolls anywhere. That's kind of wild. Why is the cooldown so low? Okay, I see. So Riff added the loyalty cooldown reduction everywhere when you have the Jaguar Hall, which is not actually correct. Okay. But I want to confirm this real quick. Season 9 is July 1. Diablo 3 Season 45 is looking more interesting and funnier. Yeah, Season 45 is going to be cool. But, you know, in D3, usually done after like a weekend. Okay, some people play more, but it's like a very, you know, high intensity, very short experience, and that's it, basically, right? Kinda early stream today. Yeah, we have maximum meeting in 5 hours, so I'm doing early stream. Do I have a loyalty lying around? Or did I delete it? Yeah, it's not a ban, but don't be obnoxious. Yeah, maybe test to riff. Actually, it's only because of the choice here, right? If I change this, it's gone. Okay. Okay. Yeah, attack speed is 87, so it's already the same as before. Thing is, we could just do this, right? Then use the life pot. So you have some extra defense. We kind of want defense here because you're not going to have barriers. It's like a barrier-less build. Which sounds pretty monka actually. Not only that, but I kind of want to go for the heal here. How do we heal? We can heal from this. Is that enough? While you have a barrier, your phones are increased. Yeah, so we can go Bulwark. We can't go Gorilla Hall. Isn't something about like mobility skills? Oh, this was the passive change, right? Acceleration. I wonder if we're gonna use like Soar or Rushing Claw now sometimes to get acceleration. Might be a thing. I'm not going for any barrier at all. Might just not be the way here. So instead of coax, we go with this maybe. That's kind of a big loss. Quax is double damage. For most of the time, to be honest. I mean, Quax has 1 second cooldown, 1 second duration. It's kind of nuts. Hi, Essex. Thanks for putting us. Hunter does not have mobility attack. It's kind of funny because it's like the best mobility skill on the class, right? But it doesn't have the mobility attack. I think you only get it when you use Vishnak Pa. Yeah, here Hunter gets mobility attack. So that's kind of nice. I wonder if I should run this actually. 300%. I tried it on Vashan Spiritborn, but it didn't really seem worth it. But on the Vashan Spiritborn, the number of hits mattered in multiple ways, and here it matters a little less. Here, the number of attacks matters more. So Vushnak Pa could actually be the way. 300% bonus. And in fact, if you do this, you should probably go Perdition Helm again. Because you're gonna have like a 400 potency anyway. And I think it's just additive. 100% more potent. I think they're all additive. Does this calculate? I went from 60 to 75. I'm pretty sure it's just additive. Yeah. How much primary spirit hall potency can we get just on a temper? A lot, actually. It's not quite the same, but it can run a 200 aspect. %. We also get life. % damage. Attacks. Temper. It might be worth actually just go for this instead of Wushakpa, think about it. It's also faster. I did procure cast twice. It gives me 77% more procs. But for example, 30% times 1.77 is actually 53%. Previously it was 50% with the primary Spirit Hall bonus. So this is more, plus we get all the other procs and benefits more, which is like more consistency, more Quacks procs, more resource procs, and so on. So you probably want to go for the cast twice. At least have loyalty. But the question is, how is that when we go Perdition? So now we have a 60% buff, but no Jaguar Hall here. So we have this times 1.6, that's 1.77, which is a bit less. But I'm pretty sure that Perdition double dips. So if we say that double dips, then this is certainly more. Plus we get like a hit benefit and a movement benefit. And damage to demons, I guess. So I think Air Perdition might actually be the way. So what about Air of Perdition and Wushakpa? If we assume double dip, and then we have the 15, which is actually 60. That's a lot. Yeah, it's hard to say. I'd have to double check if they fixed anything. The root chunk pass like glaive, right? But also has a pyramid same, which is kind of huge. And I'm not sure if that double dips as well, but if it does, that's actually very huge. So this is 330% buff instead of a 90%. So this is 126% bonus. That definitely makes up for not having an aspect and stuff. Just like slightly slower. Focus of the build is on this item. How's my armor here? 800. If I remove this. Yeah, we kind of want the armor there. I mean, this is a 70% bonus. And we're gonna get 360 plus 70. How much is that? 612. Maybe we can get away without this. 55 armor. Then we get 150 from instance. We still need at least one roll. We can do that here. And then we need 7 nodes on the tree. 1, 2, 3. So that's definitely enough. Yeah, this is fine. Just need to remove some stuff. What's my res? You're gonna get 18 from the gems, right? You have enough res. Interestingly, you have enough res and I didn't put any res anywhere. This setup has so much res. Yeah, spiny skin board. There's 6, 12. That's a lot. Maybe I remove the entire thing here. Can we do that? Lightning, poison. No. Okay, so put one back. Now we have to fix. So can't we change anything here? I think removing one of the nodes, the int nodes here is probably fine. Actually, exactly the 2.5 attack speed. Meh. Okay, so something like this. Now we can actually put another thing here, which is probably unrestrained. No, Apex is better. Apex. Yeah, it's the only thing that makes sense here, I think. Now, boss pause is not a thing. I still have to figure out how to get barriers, or we do just ignore them. Or sometimes we get them. I mean, you just need like any barrier, right? So if you don't get damage for 2 seconds, you will have a barrier, and this will give me this buff. So maybe it's okay, even if it's not always up. And keep the quacks. So we'll see. Actually, we should not lose our barrier that much. Let's have perma counter attack. I think that's actually fine. Auspicious is actually fine. It's just sometimes when you stand in some pools or something, you might lose the barrier. We should be decently defensive. And this sub has 11.5k in life. Free potion. Also, the pants are not there right now. They have life. Okay. Yeah, so that's what I'm gonna get started with. And I might try Wushang Pa, Perdition. Otherwise, most of the stuff should be okay. If I got Wushang Pa, I have to put Amulet Plains Power. So this will be a noticeable loss. Also, there's still a Cursed Touch here. I think it's gonna feel conceded now. And I think we keep rebounding. It's double the amount of Jagger Hall procs. Dude, what is this thing called? Balazan. So this is our concept for now. It might go into Rock Splitter as well. I'll definitely try to build Rock Splitter and see. I've played some Rock Splitter back in, was it season 6 actually, or last season? Maybe it was last season actually. So there's definitely potential to put into Rock Splitter as well. Since you get all these Bastion ranks, which is not terrible. Although, is it actually better to Masterwork the Thorns instead of Bastion? Bastion is 120 each. No, okay, Bastion is slightly better than Masterworking the Thorns. But yeah, realistically, I'm probably gonna Masterwork the Life for the decks here anyway. Or you just kind of go with whatever you get. Or maybe go like GA Life and then triple Masterwork Bastion. If you can, or something like that. Yeah, there's like okay stats, like all of it is okay to Masterwork. Like most of your phones is Razorblade, like Razorblade has, you know, 3.5k or something. And it's also easy to get like a multi-GA Razorblade. It's usually not a very popular item. You can get it for cheap, I guess, if you want to buy one. People are just gonna have that lying around, basically. And you also get 3,000 thorns from just a glyph. So you get 3k, 6.5k, and then a bunch of Bastion, like 7k thorns. So it's not such a big deal to not hit the right thing there. Season 9 is in 5 weeks. Now, if you look at Rock Splitter, if you put in the pants, you're gonna lose the 100% block. Rock Splitter block chance would have to go here, which is okay. Res we can probably solve. Here's vortex size, but we can put that here. And then we lose layered wards, and layered wards is like roughly double defense. But on the other hand, I mean, this is a Thorns build, and you kind of want to have counterattack up as much as you can. But you can't, right? 11 charges. Yeah, you're probably gonna have counterattack for most of the dangerous situations at least. It has a long cooldown. We don't really have a good reset for it. I wonder if like all of the double dip shenanigans you actually want to go with Jaguar here. He's at adaptability, Moonrise, Vehement, Conceited, Cybersonic, so he doesn't have Mystic Circles. Might be interesting to try Jaguar Hall, Mystic Circles, Rock Splitter, Thorns, shenanigans. Especially now that Moonrise is nerfed and stuff. Counterattack cooldown scales of ferocity. You get it here. Yeah, I guess it's actually not included here, right? So we have... Here's Duelist, here's this. This is 4, 5, 10, 14 ferocity stacks to get minus 7 seconds on counterattack. So it's 12. Okay. Yeah, like a build like this can't really get any cooldown. That's the thing. Like, you don't have Prodigy's Tempo. You don't have Jackham Shell. Although you can do loyalty, Jack, Jack, and then you get Hunter and counterattack 60%. And then you get to the point where you have enough Hunter casts and nearly perma counterattack. And the thing is, Harmony currently would not buff the pants, right? Because the pants are not a skill. So you can't do Harmony anyway. So you can do it Loyalty Mantle and then go Jaguar Hall. And the other option would be Perdition. Perdition is close enough to Harmony anyway, so this is an okay replacement if you want to do this. I kind of like the idea of the Loyalty's Mantle, giving us the big cooldown for counterattack and Hunter. Just like very bad armored hide up time, but it's not that bad. It's mostly just there to give us resolve, I guess. Toxic Skin needs to be on the bar. Okay. Yeah, the problem is how do you get poison? I mean, the pants give us poison, right? So we can do that. The pants give us poison, we don't need a centipede. Then we need to change some of the tempers, like this mobility damage is getting nerfed anyway. We need something that buffs the pants and the rock splitter. Maybe you're gonna drop something like Moonrise or that ability. You put in Mystic Circles. And this might actually work out. What's he running there? See a cry, morning Q. Kinda like see a cry. Every 4 seconds or so you get a vortex. Let's change this. This. It's probably just gonna like Mystic Circle tempers everywhere when I do this. Can the rocks better block chance? But do we care that much about the blocking actually? I mean, it's some damage at action. But there's not really a need to block everything. How much block the other we have? 18. 21 maybe. Like it's not so... Okay, there's also this here, right? 40. It's kind of important to block, but maybe it's fine. XP bonus. Yeah, Moonrise is probably... Do we run Moonrise still? Plane? Don't we run adaptability maybe? Wait a minute. How much bigger is this? 110. Adaptability is 0.6. I probably want to do it. Oof, 6k life. Money Q. Cast 6. Get Bulwark. Seer Cry. Yes, okay, the pants will have some life as well. You also get 18% rest here, so we have... wait. We're not getting 18. We're deleting this. Oof. Okay, so you definitely have to focus a bit on res. You have to put the rest there. Actually, it doesn't matter. So we get 18, we get 28. We can probably fix something on Paragons. So let's save this. Now the coolest thing, we get one more ferocity, which actually gives us more planes power buff. So now we have 4, 9, 13, 15 stacks. That's a big buff. Let's see the Paragon. So you have Viscous Shield. And Outmatch. You probably have to change Outmatch. Maybe this board. It has Revealing. It has Zapping. Yeah, I don't think I would run Bitter Medicine here. We can run Conversions, actually. We don't need Viscous Shield, really. But it is pretty defensive. But Conversions just works now. And this is also kind of nice to be defensive. And it's just nice in general. So I think we don't risk a shield. We're not gonna get 100% barriers. Or close to it. Like even if we go Bulwark, Bulwark is 45, right? So you need a 122% barrier generation bonus. Making it 48, 78. You can get relatively close. But you also give up 240 dex. This is 260. It's 11% DPS. Which is actually not that crazy. So we could keep this. Probably want to keep that. We could remove this, but we don't have any CC then. Like, at all. Unless you put 3 points here, and then we get knocked down. Then we can say, hey, we don't need that. And we have better boss damage. I think that's actually a good idea. This is turf. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 4, 6. Actually, I did a mistake on my previous setup, I think. Like, I could have done this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I could have also done this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is 5. This is 5. This is 5. This is 5. Yeah, we could like max this a little bit more, I guess, at some point. To get like maybe 10 decks or something. Wow. Instead of willpower. Okay, what's that? Stinger. That's for later. Okay, back to Rock Splitter. Maybe the armor too. So this is pretty standard setup here. The conversion needs to be an earlier board now. We also need this. I wonder if it's fine for it to be number 4. Two int. Okay, we can do that. This is fine, this is fine. Okay. Also this here that we don't have for some reason. And this. That's why, I guess. We don't want this. In fact, we don't even want this, yeah. Hubris, Colossal, Turf, Revenge. So one needs to change. So this is probably a ritual again. Things if we don't go for the circles, we don't really have a glyph. It would have to be Headhunter. That's 59 int. 69 int. 64 int. And 50 something. So I don't really care about the resource though. But you can skip it as well. Just go this. So this could be fine. Interesting, Rocksplitter is a gorilla skill, benefits on this. So it wouldn't hurt to get a bit of extra. But let's see how many points we got. Hint, rare. Looks pretty. And you have the option to leave out the armor now. Mm. What's the res? No, very good actually. Way too good. So this is 12 missing. I mean, 40 missing because I got 2 max from the instance. And we are minus... We're missing 18 here and we're missing 28. So we can actually give up a lot of res suddenly. There's so much res on this board. The spiny skin. Conversions also has some res here, here. It actually adds up. So you can remove res if you want. Can I remove this entire roll? Almost. Yeah, like this basically. Also has a movement speed. Any movement speed? Helm, boots, moonrise. Let's just do that. And otherwise this is fine, I think. Swelling in triggers here. We cannot do this or this. How's that unsolvable? We don't actually have unsolvable here, right? It's just for armored heights sometimes, but it's not really permanent. Actually, I need to test something. It was set up blight with 15 streams. Holy. Stream steak. You don't think I've ever seen in GA all-res boots? Yeah. Not such a common roll, but it happens. You can also get on ring. On the glove. Like, there's nothing really special here. Let's just put it on the boots, because why not? You can also do it there or here. Or you can also just get like 2 rolls, or you can masterwork it a bit, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, we want to test, what was it? Yeah, right, intricacy with counterattack is what I want to see. Actually, I'm not sure, what follower does he have? He has Variana. Yeah, so okay, we can actually... I'm gonna go right here. So just do that. And then we have like easy peasy res. We probably don't even need to roll. Can we get away without the roll entirely, I wonder? Missing 35. Yeah. If it wasn't for the season gems, it would be fine. Armor is fine. I actually have too much armor. Shit. What setup is this actually? What am I playing here? Okay. Does it restore all the charges? It looks like it. Yeah, if that's the case, then you have permanent counterattack.
Until next time.
think Hydra has good potential. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it gets like a 1500% buff for the neck, and then like a 2000% buff or so from the weapon, potentially. Or at least 1000. Plus some other stuff. I think that's pretty OP. I do actually just get all the counterattack charges. That's insane. Okay, so you have infinite counterattack. Okay. Alright then. So this is kinda insane. You have any more reds you can take. And I took all the notes. Okay. So you can't do it. Okay. I mean, the good news is he's gonna be capped without any instants if you want. Do we have armor anywhere? No. Also gonna get 1.5 attack speed somewhere. Okay. Okay, how's this? Armor is still fine. I wonder if I can just take this off. Yeah, this is fine. The rest comes from the gems and instants. Then you have 15 points. I wonder if I should pick the cooldown reduction. 1% cooldown reduction? Doesn't sound terrible, honestly. Perfect. Very curious to see this in action. Realistically, I think it's gonna be a partition angle though. Because loyalty doesn't buff the damage of Rock Splitter at all. It just gives us a lot more in the Spirit Hall. So I think we'd have to go Perdition here. But we'll see. If basically all of our damage comes from the Spirit Hall, we're doubling it. Which is fairly decent. Wonder if we're gonna use Vital Strikes or anything. They buffed it recently. I should test that actually while we're here. No blacklist, I cannot understand that.
Take a chance, wanderer. Until next time.
You caught a rare one.
No Denji. Yeah, Paragon 300 is quite a grind. Need to find a build that you really enjoy and that is decently fast. If you don't have that, then don't do it. I mean, I'm not farming to 300. I just play many different builds. I played like 20 different builds instead of grinding to 300 and had more fun there. Think the Spiritborn build will be still viable. Yeah, it will suffer from the overpower nerfs. But probably slightly less than other builds, and it's probably gonna remain somewhere, and like, it's probably gonna go into S tier actually, now I think about it. I think Vivaldi might end up in S tier next season. It was already really close. You actually have an argument to move it into S tier right now. Okay, I think we got this here for now. Spiritborn is pretty decent. Okay, let's get rid of our here. And you can stack more whispers. There's talk about that, but nothing in the patch or so. But yeah, we're gonna get a lot more master working mats and like mats in general.
I've always been better at moving on.
Farming Paragon 300 was so Season 7. I mean, I've done it in Season 6, but not in Season 7 and not in Season 8. I mean, that's like 280. I mean, you don't really care that much anymore. Yeah, I can get like some other, 3% buff or whatever. Sure, it's nice, but... considering how scuffed most of my gear is most of the time, that is really negligible. Thank you. Okay.
Are you hungry?
Yeah, it's somewhat.
I know you are. Look in the door.
I mean, Spiritborn is like at pit 107 right now, or pit 108 now. Without the Marchand build. That would actually be S tier territory, according to our criteria. Yeah, 107 in 13 minutes, so that's roughly 108. So yeah, we actually should move it up. I was going to update the thick fill guide. There's actually a few people pushing. What was I thought? Oh, the hole. That looks so satisfying. So a cursed touch and minus strikes actually works. At least for damage portion. Wait, what? So why does this heal me, but not this? Ah, it's a second shot itself. Okay. Okay, so get neither the heal nor the resource with a Curse Touch. But you do get the damage all the time. Or do you? Yeah. That's like times 2.5, which kind of checks out with 80% and 9 and 20. How much was it exactly? 253. 675. Do we have some wound? No, we have a bit of additive here. So yeah, that checks out. Almost. Any other like a wound effect? Morning, Bend. Did a really cool job here. I don't have multiple variants now, so I can't choose anything. How does it work? How do I open it? I'm not sure how it's supposed to work. Okay, I'll learn it later. Thanks, Cerberus. Okay, I think the setup is kinda done here. I'm not sure if I need this here, Molecule. I guess so, right? We might not need all these emeralds with all the barrier gen. If we have 30 here. It's this basically. So we need 33% barrier generation extra. It's actually one amethyst that we need. The rest we get from paragons. If we have full auspicious. And we don't have that most of the time. Can I get 3 points here? We don't really have a lot of ensemble otherwise. Okay. Eaglehorn worth it now? I mean, first of all, Pinshot is getting deleted from the game. And then Eaglehorn is probably not better than a normal weapon, so... If you wanna cook your own builds, Vin, you should probably check out these guides here that we have. This, for example. I wouldn't use Touch of Death Kapaleke. For what exactly? Touch of Death can run Kapaleke. Actually, kind of interesting. Touch of Death has like 3 weapon choices. I tested that last season and everything was kind of close, but I think you just run Kapaleke anyway, no? Not sure what Currings put in the guide now. There's also the new weapon. Yeah, he has the Warcross, yeah, okay. Yeah, so if this, you have a normal weapon and you have a Kapaleke. And they're all kind of close, actually. Depends on the exact setup you want to do. I guess one advantage of Kapaleke is you can spend a lot of resources for the Pock rune, and you can get a lot of offering that way. Well, this is Rock Splitter build here, so we are on Cybersonic. There's a Thorns build with the new pants, so I try to make 2 versions of the new pants. One going into Rock Splitter, and one just a pants build directly, basically. Yeah, in this PTR we have a lot of stuff to do, man. Shit, we had the wing for Const. Yo, Const game. I wanna check out Stinger. And I think then we're gonna do some Hydra. Not really sure what kind of tempo we're going for now. Maybe centipede damage? Need to find like the class specific tempers, I guess. Vulnerable 65, closer 65. Core 65, everything's like the same here. Crit is 65. He has 50%. And PDR is very similar to D3 PDR. Can we also do Mystic Circle shenanigans? Might be the best way to do this, honestly. But they have to give up redirected force. We actually don't need redirected force anymore, as well as. Oh shit. Malik, thank you. Why does it sometimes work or not always? Ah, wait, that double hits on Kappadeka. I'm trying to make Stinger great again. And before that, we're doing like new thorns, poison stuff with the pants.
It seems your prayers have been answered.
No witchcraft here, only honest magics.
It's like no animation or something. It's kind of weird. God, the animation is so fast, man. It's a Eaglehorn. It looks like it works though with the multi-hits. Mm-hmm. But if I have only one guy, I don't get any extra. Yeah, so it does nothing when I just hit the entire pack. I need to have poisoned enemies nearby, then hit these guys. It's like not really doable. Because you vortex them all in. So this was 2 hits and gave me 1100 tick. 700. Let's do this. 499. Okay. Huh. It's kind of weird. You would think that this would actually work with the extra hits, but it doesn't. It says it draws from each to hit enemies again for 10% of the base damage. And actually it mentions base damage here too. But it doesn't seem like it increases the dot at all. Okay, let's try to make a version that is like similar to what we have currently, and then let's make a version with Mystic Circles, but I think Mystic Circles is just the way. But it's hard to proc the Eaglehorn. Something we'd love to do is Spiritborn resetting Hurricane with crits and spamming it combined with Feathers and Firestorm. Yeah, you should check the evade guide on Maxwell that it runs the Feathers and the Storm. Dude, I wonder if you're actually gonna run Noxus Resonance at all. Maybe he's gonna take the gem with the infinite damage stacking of dots. And take another key passive. Which would be kinda hilarious. I mean, Noxious Resonance gives us 180%, so it's an 80% bonus. And then some AoE. The crit stacking is completely gone. What if you just take adaptive stances, for example? %3 life per second. Core stats. We have that in the calcs. Seems like I didn't put it there. Ah, pin value. That's how we compare. Okay, I need to do that later. Yeah, I think that the stances is not in yet. So 75% bonus now, which I don't have in the planner yet. So in that case, my dex will be it's a 56% bonus. Yeah, I think Noxious Resonance is still the way for poison builds anyway. It's an 80% on single target and much more in AoE. But oh shit. Can we just go Prodigy's Tempo now? That is kind of funny to think about. Like, we don't even have like a weapon tempo here. So it's the aspect. Dual go Kapaleke. I mean, resources is not hard to solve. Scourge and Stardust take care of it. But maybe go Prodigy's Tempo anyway. And the Shroud. And this might actually just like be 1,000 times more comfy. And comparable damage. I don't get value from Furnace. Yeah, that's actually interesting. I'm gonna be a B, guys. Okay, we're back, guys.
I tell you when I live, so you let him go.
Why would you farm any other boss than Belial? Because you have to do the other bosses to do Belial. He's like the other bosses are the requirement. But otherwise, yeah, Belial is pretty valuable. Will Spiritborn be strong in Season 9? Yes. I don't understand why they buffed the basic skills, but they nerfed the Cybersonic and Rarefil and so on. I mean, the net gain is usually a buff anyway. Outside of Rock Splitter, potentially. But all other basic skills are probably better off, even with all the nerfs. But the basic is also just gonna be like contributing a lot more in general, like in the early game and stuff. So leveling and so on, you're gonna be way, way more powerful. Okay, let's do some changes here. So we don't need unyielding hits on the neck. This doesn't matter. This is already here, so I guess this is Vehement Brawler angle. Is there like anything else? It's a relatively weak aspect though. But I think there's not really much else. What if I just do the Mystic Circles anyway, even without any support for it? 7.5% per stack. And then you can also do Forest Power. Get Barrier. That could be something actually. So maybe this is going to be a Mystic Circle build anyway. No matter what. It's 7.5 and we have 4, 9, 13, 13 or 14, I guess 14. It's 105 bonus. So even without any other support and any double dipping, Plains Power is quite a lot better. And it also helps solve the boss problem. Because for AoE damage, you're generally gonna be okay, I think. So I think we'll do this. We do this. We probably remove Rakonov. The question is, are we gonna do something like Prodigies? That'll be interesting to see. I might do it. 6 circle potency. 6 circle potency. 6 circle potency. Do we change something on Paragons? Wait, what? So I think you're gonna remove Revealing. Put a bit of Medicine. The song is called Cyberkinetic in Exile. That's actually what I've done here, a bit of medicine. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Goodbye, Revealing. Same Peter Crowd. I guess we do Canny instead. Also, you have Revenge. Close damage. Yikes. That's a lot of points to get 4% maximum res, to be honest. Maybe you can do this. There's actually very few points on this entire board. Which is kind of funny. Something like that. So there's a lot of res missing. But I think otherwise it's not that important, so maybe do bitter medicine here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Spirit is gone. Can do turf. Ritual. I guess ritual. How much hit is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So that's a 69 int actually. And here we have consumption. We only took 64. It's also the last board, which is fine. Let's do consumption here. So we have that online earlier. We do Kenny. There's a lot of int on this board. But you don't want to put a revenge here. You can do it here. But then you have to give up points on Bane. Kind of like the efficient pathing on this board. So I guess it is what it is. Shit. Only 45. There's literally nothing else actually. Hmm. Just take like random healing receives, I suppose. 1, 2, 3, 4. This will be like 49 int. And here. You can do a lot of int with not that many points. But I have to put revenge somewhere else. That's the problem. I don't really want to maximum resource. They don't want to buff this. So it'd have to be here. Instead of Bane, but Bane is kind of buffed here. I could put Bane here. Range here. Consumption here, so we can try that. Really what a strength board looks like? Interesting. There's only 4 points now to go down there. And there's 3 points to go here. -1. Do you have a bigger consumption glyph? Smaller Bane. Revenge here, which is damage. Which might also double up actually. Thanks for Zago. Let me take the healing received back. So this is, you also don't have the strength for this actually. Why do I have so little strength? I have so much int on Paragons, but so little strength. So this is 440, 250. Okay, this is -50. Plus 35. So it's -15 additive for Pestilence Swarms. And -50 for the rest. That's very negligible. So I think we're better off here. I like this variant more. Thank you, Ivka. Now what do I do when I don't have Revenge Glyph? Revenge Glyph will only work with Gorilla Primary Hall, which I don't necessarily have. I have Tamq, Ignital. I have this. Oh, it's a struggle, man, actually, with the points here. You don't even have Furnace and stuff. Okay, the main problem I will have if I don't go Gorilla Main Hall is how do we activate annealing hits. We'd have to cast Armored Hide every 3 seconds, which we can't. Unless... That's getting interesting, actually. Actually, I wonder, instead of all these Ravenous ranks, should I just do Gorilla Primary Spirit Hall Potency on the setup? 37.5. 10. So it's like a 25-30% DPS bonus. And I could potentially remove the Q rune and get something else there. That's hard to get that much damage from a single rune. Basic block. Yeah, I mean, Rock Splitter every 3 seconds is gonna be horrible. You also have to give up Ravager, I guess. I mean, we can give up Ravager. But I think the idea would be to just cast Armored Hide every 3 seconds. So right now we have 5 ranks in Armored Hide, so we get 20% cooldown reduction every 3 attacks. So after 12 attacks, we have 80% reduction. Then there's 20% left, 20% of this is 5. So realistically, we would need extra points that we don't have. Because we don't have the extra ranks. Because we don't have Kapeleke. So do I go Kapeleke? It's kind of interesting how this whole Noxious Resonance nerf might actually end up being a buff. They're nerfing the res by how much? 40%, right? Nah. So that's gonna be like 30-ish. But we are currently 12 overcapped. So it's gonna be okay anyway. Instance will carry. Instance here. Okay. We don't need the armored hide active duration actually if you go Shroud. So you can do something else. You can do like Resilient, for example. Or even percent armor if you want. But I think Resilient is kind of nice. I wonder if you wanted another utility temper. Yes, barrier generation. Yeah. I kind of want to guarantee the 100% vortex. How fast do we attack? I haven't done any cooking on Rogue yet. There's certainly a lot of stuff to do as well. We still have tomorrow as well. I want to do Hydra, Rogue. The patch notes and the data mine are almost the same. There's very few differences, just like the temper manuals mostly are in the data mine. Okay, what's my attack speed? What do I have that puts me at 109? Sus. Okay, can I attack? Okay, 155. We almost had the attacks we should have, right? Velocity 10. But my ferocity is going to be 15, so it's going to be 75% in cap 2, 100% in cap 1. Okay, we almost have it. Okay, I need to make a stopwatch. I don't have live split right now on my PC. I'll have to install that at some point. How do I do this? Okay, I'm just gonna record. Like 1 minute. Or let's say half a minute. Actually, I lose velocity a little bit in between. Alright. So we start at 4 seconds. I guess I slow this down a little bit. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So 139 attacks in 34 seconds. Oops. Pretty much exactly 4 per second. Okay, I want to see this one more time. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 17, 18, 19, 20. 1, 2, I actually miscounted by 20. Okay. It was 120, not 140. Was a bit sus. In 34 seconds. So it's 3.5 per second roughly. Okay. So we are casting the Hunter a little bit less than we should. And I have slightly less attack speed than I should, so it should be okay. It should kind of be even out. So 3.5 per second. We want to get to the point where 4 resets are enough, I guess. But I don't think I can. Because I don't have enough ranks if I don't use a basic skill. So the only way to do this would be to include a basic skill and cast it every 5 seconds 3 times. Which also takes away from the process tempo procs. So realistically I can't do that. I'd have to give up probably Armored Hide. Which is the main reason why I'm trying to do all of this, I guess. So we have to do a rotation of 5 reset casts, basically. Because this is not enough. So if I do a rotation of 5 reset casts, if I do like 3 ranks, we get 16 5 times. Now we have to do 4 ranks. We have to do this, and we have to do this. This has to be 5 anyway. And we probably have to do something like this, yeah. Yeah, the missing 4 ranks is actually pretty big. With Policy's Tempo, we are resetting, but just not really how we want. Hi, Danger. Yeah, we don't have breakpoint tables for most of the Spiritborn stuff, so this is why I counted the attacks earlier. To get an idea of the average number of hits. If I had breakpoint tables, it would be easy, but we don't have them. It's actually a struggle. But we can try it out right now. I've got one crucial thing, which is we get both buffs right now. Yeah, so there's always like a second gap or so with annealing hits. And I already have one more rank than I should have, I think. I know, this is fine. Yeah, what's the benefit of Shroud? It's a lot on Spiritborn, to be fair. There's like 5. That is a lot. It's like 10. Like 15. It's like close to 20. 23. 25. 35. 40. 45. It's like, Shroud is like at least 50% plus DPS. That's a lot. Plus potential double dipping here and here. Especially here. Plus a lot of life, but you also lose a passive here. Like this could be like 5 ranks to Apex or something. So we actually don't gain much from the Shroud, since Judgement Shell has all the armor we need. So it's mostly life again. But it does free us from Ragnarok. Any good duo builds? We have a support Druid on Maxwell if you want to play with a support. New info is mostly the temper manuals have been changed. Else the Datamine is basically the patch notes. Is Spiritborn getting some buffs soon? No. But Spiritborn is getting nerfed less than the others. So Spiritborn is going to be very good actually next season.
You want to see it, me?
Mm.
Keep in mind it's only the outline, the shadow.
Nice.
The light colors will go afterwards, so that's why it seems like that. You like it? I know you don't.
What?
You don't like tattoos in general, I know.
Oh, it looks nice.
It will be very nice in the end.
Oh, Alex, thanks for the plan. This is like a giga tanky version that gives us gives up to all the Noxious Resonance stuff. For some reason I have Paragon 30x. Wait, where's that coming from? What is the Paragon thing here? Oh. Okay. That one node. Wow, head is not available in your country? What the hell? Where do you live, Fertilizer? Okay, now is the question, do we want to put Pestilence on the neck. And Plains Power here. So Serbia. They didn't, like, what kind of stuff do they have to pay there? Thanks, Wood. You can download the PTR client already, so I can Datamine it. I have no idea who Josh Block is. What? What's the name of the spam poison traps? Actually, I'm not 100% sure how Matthias has done it. But I know he was just like perma spamming it. I'm not sure if that's just through exposure. I mean, he is using exposure, but he needs a lot of lucky hits in order to reset. I think this was it. But maybe it's just this rams so much. And I saw Matthias play like some poison trap builds and he was just like perma spamming. I think I was doing it with Inner Sight actually. But with Inner Sight you have like no cooldown. So we can't do Revenge Glyph now, because we don't have Thorns. So we can do this. But the secondary bonus is kinda eh. I guess we do Turf. But the secondary bonus also does nothing, just defense. Here the legendary bonus does nothing. But we do have Jark, Centipede, Eagle. We don't have Gorilla actually. There's Colossal. Nee. You could probably move something around, like Bane, for example. But there's a lot more strength here. So you should probably do that. We do this. We do Colossal here, we do Bane here. So something like this, yeah. See you later.
Yeah. Left and down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so probably this. Save. Like, this setup is definitely way tankier. It's like at least twice as tanky as the other one. I mean, I can maybe get a wave out Dragon off here as well. Seven and a half K life. 13k life. Yeah, it's like more like 3 times as tanky. Okay, so we get 5 resets at 4 ranks. That means a 90% reset with Parentheses tempo. 18% each time. So it leaves us with 2.5 seconds left. So this is fine. What about this? Here we get 5 times 14%. So that's 70. 70 of 12. At least that's a 3.6 seconds. You might have to put one more point in Vortex. Ravager is also kind of scuffed. But Ravager we only need to activate every second time, so maybe it's fine. In Vortex we don't need to activate every time either. What we have to activate every time is Armored Hide. And Hunter. Hunter we need 5 anyway. Yeah, I don't have the points. Now that's actually something I should test here. Which is unyielding hits. And swarms. The glyph doesn't seem active in the buff bar. Yeah, I don't think it shows the colossal glyph.
Not much, is it? It seems your prayers have been answered. Until next time.
Okay, man. You can go down again. Your initial default campaign just dumb OP, it takes ages to kill a boss. Wait, what difficulty are you playing? I mean, the bosses are kinda tuned high, yeah. Okay, so everything is working fine here. I need to try the swarms. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It should spawn 6. It should be 12. I guess some of them were already despawned. 1. Shit, is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so that works. So this is 12. Do I need more resources? Which class are we first on on PTR? I might do the Hydra Sorc first, and then probably dive into Spiritborn and Rogue.
All right.
What? You see, they're not spiraling out all the way anymore. Someone told me there's a cap, and it seems like it's true. They're not finishing their spiral. Which doesn't really matter. But it's like a minor nerf. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Seems like 15. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. There's maybe one more in the wall. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, it seems like 15. What? I don't have the upgrade selected. What the hell is it doing? Ah, wait. Also running. Okay, never mind. I got confused there for a second. Anyway. We don't really need a dummy. So let's do one. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Kick W. This is without the runes. That's just my attacks. We reach the sync cap. Which makes sense, right? We attack like 3.5 times per second. And they last 4.5 seconds, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe it's even 6. Great. I think I deleted all my stinger stuff though. Can I kinda make it work? So basically I need to test how much damage do these guys contribute. I mean, a rune is probably worth something in the range of 15 to 20% DPS. Like Ohm rune, Full rune. And sometimes that's better than that. So are they doing 20%? If they don't contribute any stacks. And I'm kind of doubtful. No one has tested a new Druid Polarize yet. And this is like to test on a PTR when I make Stinger. You're gonna do some Stinger on the PTR anyway. I'll have to check if the rune is actually an upgrade at this point. Because I didn't really trust the damage, but they have pretty high base damage. I think the rune has 300% base damage on the Pestilence Swarm, which is not terrible. It's also the funny thing here that you can get this Infestation proc with a lucky hit, spawning another Pestilence Swarm, and that despawns one of your good swarms from this. Which is kind of funny. Although, how much damage does this do compared to this? I wonder. It's also something we should check out. Not that you can really do anything about it. You have to run this, and you have to run this. What kind of Stinger shenanigans are we cooking? Yeah, I'm trying some weird shit. I'm trying to play without Jackham Shell. And also we're doing Mystic Circles. This build might actually end up stronger next season than this season. It's a rare buff moment. So this might be pretty good. But I need to confirm some things. So I have to try what the Tal rune actually does. And it potentially does nothing. And this means we get a free rune word. We can do Neo Quarks maybe. Or something like that. Or a Seer Full. Like there's some nice options. It's also gonna be giga tanky. This might be a pretty good build. We have all this Hunter cooldown here. We don't actually need that. Okay, so in 15 attacks, we get a 90% cooldown reset. No. 100. In 12 attacks, we get 80. Which is not enough. Yeah, so I have to do 15 attacks. There's 24 ranks. So 6 ranks are only 22% damage buff here. Together 1.95. Pretty sure the Tal rune is still the way, because I'm pretty sure these guys have 300% damage. And they pop out... Actually, let's compare Igni Tal versus Neo Tal. Why does it only do 1? Hello? Oh, it's not proccing at all. It's kept like, oh my god. Okay. Full reset period 2 is probably like 10 months or so, I think. They say this year, but I don't think that's happening. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. A fully stacked Igni should be 16. Plus 1 from the cast, but I cut at 15, so 2 despawn. Shit. It's actually a pretty steady flow of, I know. Sometimes I get only 1 or 2. How is that possible? It says cooldown 1 second. It requires 30 offering. And in 1 second I get 3 times 75, so I should get a minimum 2. And in 1.2 seconds I should get 3. Yeah, this is actually... Yikes. What the fuck? It's very few. So I guess you have to go nail. Yeah, it's like 1, 1, 1, 1. It's like awful. Compare this. Yeah, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Okay. Something's up with Igni. What do you think about stash space? 84? Could be better. Not like any strong reason to keep Rakanov now. Now Shotgun Shell, we also get the cooldown, which is kind of nice. I think I have to do the testing on the PTR. We have the planner now. And I have to do a bit of trial and error, I think, from here. Because I'm not really 100% sure how everything will play out. But it's gonna be pretty strong, I think, in one of the two setups. I wonder if Shroud is actually gonna be playable. That'll be big. And then you have a bit of like just whacking the dummy and testing what is like double dipping and stuff. There's a ring, the Ring of Riffing Moon for Pestilence. Yeah, it's really bad, you don't run that. Trying out Lightning Spear, Frozen Orb Sorc. Yeah, I mean, it's like we have it in S tier. This is basically just like a slightly weaker version of the normal Lightning Spear build. So, it's very strong. Is there anything else you want to do on the Spiritborn? Stinger. We got two builds now for the pants. One is Rock Splitter, one is a new one. And a Stinger update. I mean, there's Fresh, but I don't expect that much. I mean, okay, it's like tripled now. It might be okay. What do we have in the current Fresh guide? I want to see that a bit. Maybe we're gonna cook a bit of Fresh. That might be something. He's doing Harlequin. Redirected planes. Okay. I mean, if we go loyalty, they have more cooldown than this. And the extra damage on the Jaguar Hall. We can put plane here. I think that's what I would try, but otherwise I probably wouldn't really change much. Just to make sure we get our unending hits somehow. Defensive cooldown. Monique Sun. Igni Q. Yeah, main issue is how do we get unending hits here? It's not running it actually. Okay. Conversion, sapping, shield, revealing. We can do Infighter now, or even Drive. Evade build is actually not affected by the patch at all. So it's gonna be very good. Evade build is gonna be one of the most popular builds, or best builds at least, I think. There's like no nerfs for it or something. Yo, Garan how? Thank you for the prime. Okay, anything else that's changing here? Nah. No. Acceleration. I mean, it's like some minor stuff, I suppose. I don't think I'll really put it into like even Quill Guide or something. I mean, it's 24% damage for 3 seconds, but do you really want to like evade every 3 seconds just to get this and then reposition again? Yeah, sometimes it'll be active and most of the time it will not be, I think. Okay. I think I'm gonna try to cook some Hydra now. Let's do that. Sorc. We want mana. We also want this because it's a core skill. We want that. I guess it's gonna be a crit build. It's gonna have many other summons. Maybe it doesn't have many other summons. We can just do the wolves. I wonder if that's dynamic. Pyromancy skills cost 2% less damage, deal 6 when increased damage. We need this. I wonder if we can get a crackling enemy somehow. You know, spam spark or some shit. Is that gonna happen? 4% chance of form a crackling energy. That's not very much. I have 19 points left. Okay, so something like this. Hmm. We probably want to do something like this here, actually. But maybe not. Maybe just go for the region, I'm not sure. Not sure about the attack speed on Hydra. I mean, sure. In order to use starters, we have to use some other spender. We can't cast Hydra every 3 seconds, I think. So I have to put something there. And there we can, for example, get Crackle. So we could do that. So we have 6 ranks, 13 ranks, 19 ranks, that's 24 ranks. Adding 10 to that would make it 34. So Battlecaster aspect fully stacked with 10 ranks is a 30% damage increase, which is okay. And this is under perfect masterwork conditions. So with less, it's actually better. Let's say we have 5 less ranks. So 35%. So you could run this. So it's Hydra, Conjuration, big curses. Is there anything else? Bunch of attack speed. Is this cap 2? No. Okay. Videos on Tuesday, look. And you can join if you have the game on Battle.net PC. There's actually gonna be a very nice build to play, this Hydra build. Like, it's just gonna be a chill. And it doesn't have any shenanigans, like you have to freeze enemies and press ice armor and double dip on some bug. Like you just play the video game and it works. It's actually insane. Now we can do Storms well. We don't really freeze or anything. Unless you put in like a full rune or something. Actually, we can do the doggies, right? So doggies is actually the way, I think. Let's do this. We also need some points there. Wait a minute. Do we need auto cooldown that badly? I need fate points there. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're gonna do the crackling energy stuff. We need 3 points for a chain. And then 5 points to get there. We're already struggling. I can do charge bolts for the DR. You can also use Fireball to execute stuff. Mm-hmm. Okay, no crackle. Yeah, I saw Stormancer. I might try it a bit. Maybe after PTR or something. Well, after PTR it's gonna be 3rd and then 6 ST3. Yeah, we'll see. Do we do Nagu? Maintain 1 summon. So we can do Nagu say. And like this we're gonna get all of the summons that we want, because we don't have a lot of cooldown in this build. Like we actually... do we even want Ice Blades, for example? Maybe not. Is there like something we can do with basic skills here that helps us in any way? Spark can give us Crackle if we spam it. We can spam Frostbolt for chill. Outclash. Mana. Cooldown. There's also a crit buff. It's 8% crit buff. And some mana. It's not too bad. But I think we have enough crit anyway. Like my crit chance here is 60. And this is 40. Yeah, we already crit capped anyway. We don't even have crit rolls anywhere. It's just this and this. But just give us mana. Nah, we'll see. I probably see Inferno cooldown a bit, yeah. We definitely need Stack Rune. Like that. Can I get to 200 maximum mana? This is 43, only a Shaco. I might run this with Shaco actually. So we get more Inferno casts. More mana. Okay, let's see what I do here. Searing Heat. Fundamental Release is just ridiculous. Enchantments are 30% stronger. I'm not sure what to expect here. Does it mean less mana or does it do more damage? Maybe 300 cold for Frigid Fate. Okay, the Mental Summoner is pretty big actually. Here we get 40% and a bigger enchant. Here we just take a lot of cold damage, but we don't do that, I think. Unless we get a lot of non-physical. Non-phys. So maybe. Maybe we can do Frigid Fate. Okay, let's make a Paragon board. Probably want something like Elementalist. It's a good start. Huge non-phys. This thing has a lot of will and dex. Conjurations have 15 crit. Yeah, that is kind of useless. But a good legendary bonus and a good primary. And we can stack int. There's 124 int on this board, what the fuck? Here's a lot of will. We don't do control. Definitely do destruction, but I need decks. 54 decks, 59 decks. So maybe decks here. To destruction is actually... Wait a minute, this is more than the Conjurer. Really? Interesting. Mm-hmm. Okay, what else? Yes, conservation, big crit damage, and a good big legendary bonus, but then a defensive secondary. Okay, this is not bad though. What about Unleash? Deal 8% increased damage, gain 25 mana regen, and a big magic node buff. Yeah, I think we might actually do Invocation and then Unleash. There's 50% damage and rare buff, but the rare is less than this. The magic buff is usually better. Elite, non-fizz. So let's do Unleash. What do we need to stack for this? Dex. Invocation actually here. The others are all kind of low. So we do destruction here. Dude, how much like stats do we have? 800 decks. Okay, missing 31. We actually have to pick up some of the res nodes, I suppose. That's interesting. Res. So attack speed is very high. 88 in cap 1. Is this ferocity? Cap 2. Pyromancy, attack speed, tempering. Ah, we can do that as well, actually, yes, forgot. Yeah, that's pretty good. That should work for the Hydras. But we should probably check if that actually works. Wait, is it not listed? It's only attack speed off of the aspect. I'm stupid. Okay, so we need like a tiny bit more attack speed in that case, and then this 16, 48, 64. Nice, Seraph. In a while. Okay, here it actually says, after spending 153 mana, at 5 had a high response for 16 seconds. Is that correct? Is that how it works? Now, how much mana do we have? 152. Nice. But we can put 1 point, right? Yes. We can put 1 point there. Thanks, Roman. Yeah, I made 3 setups for Spiritborn. Like an updated Stinger build. I want to try some stuff there. And then a build for the pants and an updated rock splitter with the pants as well. So that's some stuff I want to try. And some fresh. And we'll see what else. Okay, my mana region here is 22. And then we got 160 bonus of that. So we have like around 50 mana per second. So every 3 seconds we can do the Hydra in the last 16 seconds. That should be pretty chill. With 1 mana roll, I think this is like pretty relaxed. So I need to fill the mana. And then every time we cast a Hydra, we also get a second Hydra together with it. At least that's the theory. Dot build for season 9. There's not many dot builds out there. There's like Blight. It might work with like the Spiritborn Noxious Resonance builds, if you're talking about the stacking effect. Why do you use familiar gloves? They're useless. They fixed the bug. The only reason we use them is because the masterworking is bugged on the glove. After spending 154 mana, 5 Hydra spawns for 10 seconds. Okay. Yeah, so that works. Is there a counter for this? Where the hell is it? And that's a counter. Wait a minute, how many of these can I have? 1, 2. Can I have the same number again? Yeah, there's like one 5-headed and another 5-headed. What did I put the aspect on? Stun grenades with Death Trap next season. We start playing with that combo of Heartseeker. Like, what exactly are we trying to do? Like, stun grenades are no match at all for Death Trap. Death Trap will just decimate everything.
It seems your prayers have been answered. It seems your prayers have been answered.
Oh, this has changed. So it seems we're gonna have 2 big Hydras and then 2 other Hydras on the enchant. But the problem is that the enchant Hydras will not get this buff, right? It will be useless. I just realized. Won't do anything. So if you assume no weird Starter Skies shenanigans, we have 155 mana right now. It's a 700% buff. So we have and a Hydra enchant would be 11.4% buff, which is like very little. And that's like the best case scenario. If I use a pot with this, it's exactly 1000. So we have 2000. It's exactly 10% buff with a potion. Yeah, so a Hydra enchant is actually useless. Is there any benefit to having more Hydras out? Not really, right? Hmm. I thought this was going to go well, but I realized that we just can't use. I think this entire enchantment master board is kind of useless then. And gives us more teleports as well, and the 40% buff if we have a fire thing here. But what fire thing do we want to put? No. No. I don't think the fireball will do anything. No. Familiar, maybe? So we get a 10% buff there sometimes. But we also have to get the few points somewhere. So where do we do that? Fireball, more AoE for packs. Fireball is not going to do anything here, I think. Yeah, a little bit. But we have a two-handed aspect that does nothing, a one-handed aspect that does nothing, an amulet that does nothing. So we have Starless, Perdition, some core ranks, and that's it to buff the Fireball. And yeah. I could try. And maybe it does actually clear a little bit. And it doesn't require us to remove any points, but right now we would have to remove points. How much is this from the mana? 6 mana. This is 3.5% damage for 2 points in the mana. Not that crazy. Okay. Yeah, something like this. The only other glyph would be, that would be nice with Tactician here. 50%, actually, dealing fire, cold, or lightning. Rare, rare. Maybe we want to do this out of elementals anyway. Are we doing cold? And there is cold here. There's lightning here, there's fire here. I guess that's fine. But it's like per enemy. And here we just get it. Yeah, the Starless is gonna be rough. I think we want to go for it. We want more Inferno cooldown. I mean, it will depend. If Starless interacts with the Serpentine aspect, then we need that. Then we can't go around it. But if it doesn't, it's a 50% damage buff. Resource does nothing. A bunch of call ranks. We already have insane amounts of call ranks. We're gonna have like 34. So -6. It's only 16% buff. The attack speed is nice, the crit is useless. And the lucky hit is also kind of useless. So you might actually be better off just making a normal ring here. But we have to test. I mean, that's Tarasha ring actually. That's also an option, it's 75. So it's actually just gonna be more damage. And has some cooldown. This puts Inferno at 12. So every 6 seconds we can do the Inferno with Neo Zig. The perfect cooldown here and the perfect cooldown there. What is the next best aspect we can put here? Probably Stormswell, which is 35%, and this is 170. It is 75%. Then you have a bit of additive. Potent water, there's nothing. Yeah, I guess we'll try Starless versus Tarasha versus a normal ring. The rest of the setup is pretty much set in stone, I think. So we'll see. I'm not sure about the Fireball enchant. Might change that. It's actually 2 separate multipliers, like a 40 and a 20. Hi, UV Citizen. So Fireball, the one that makes explode. Yeah, Fireball, when you kill something, they explode. Which is pretty minor here, so I don't really expect much for that. But it might help a bit with the clear. I think the other option is to put the Hydra enchant, which is like a roughly 10% damage increase. Because it doesn't benefit from the most important aspect. Which is a massive aspect. And yeah, what else? I mean, you could just not run any fire enchant at all. There's a familiar, 30% chance to summon a familiar. This should also count for Enchantment Master, but I need to get 3 points for it somehow. You'd have to remove this here, and we don't want to. Can remove 2 points here. 1, 2. Maybe get 1. I mean, not really doing much with the ice plates, to be honest. I wonder if this works when we don't have a point in it. But they won't put the ice plates on the bar suddenly, I guess. So we probably have to do this. So this is another option here. Just go familiar. Then we get a 10% damage most of the time. Apply some burn. I don't think we care about burn. Yeah, I guess. Ice shards. I was thinking about putting ice shards on the bar and then using Hail of Hourglass. But now we have 50% crit without the starters, which is fine. We get 40 here and we get 12. Yeah, so this is perfect. Starter Skies will probably only work if I put another core skill here that I spam a bit. Nah, we're gonna have enough summons from Naguse. I mean, this will give me 6 wolves. And I will have 2 Hydras and then, you know, a random ice plate. And yeah, random familiar. I guess that's how we get 10. What's the defense? 9.5k life. Okay. With a million ice that should be good. Ow. 8 seconds cooldown. No enchant. 6 seconds cooldown. So I have like on average 1 here, 1 here, let's say. So that's 2. Then 2 Hydras, that's 4. And then what? Okay, here's the familiar enchant, so I maybe get like 1 average extra, or maybe 2. So let's say 6 optimistically. We're still missing 4. We also need freezes. So we need a duration on weapon. Now this is the this aspect is getting changed. That's getting a damage buff. Yeah, I think this is what I do here. So how's the rest and stuff? This is fine. I just take right here. Armor, taunt. Mariana. And there we go. We get our armor cap, we get our rest cap. This is with only 1 armor roll here. Do we need that GA? We get 150 and 360, 510. We can do this. So that's what we're gonna do. Oh my god. Actually, I forgot to put this thing about here. That's kind of work in progress, I gotta say. So we'll see. Would Hydra still get a Conjuration Mastery buff? Well, usually when stuff is a core skill, it gets a core skill tag added and not the others replaced. And I think the same is happening here. So I'm pretty sure it should not replace all the conjuration stuff. That would make no sense, I think. Harlequin with max resource GA. I mean, no, but we can check how much difference it would be. The main reason to do this would be for more teleports and for more infernos, I guess. But it would be weaker. But yeah, just, you know, just having like perma inferno and potentially not running the Zek rune and running something else could be good, I think. So this is maybe where we get most of it back. We have so many core skill ranks anyway. And crit chance. Yeah, we'd have to get crit chance somehow. It was kind of tight here. We have 50, we need 48. I mean, I can put Spark on the Bard, and we need 40 anyway. Or, okay, let's see. We can make a different variant. Well, I guess realistically, you want this anyway. But let's say we do this to maximize the damage. In that case, we have 204 mana. 198 actually. I took 2 points out. Yeah, this difference is very small. Okay, it's not that small. That's 29% DPS. And we get 4 ranks and some cooldown. Lots of life and armor we don't need. Well, that armor could be even more life. And I don't think you can replace our Zek rune, but the 4 ranks are basically just a slight downgrade to Perdition. Perdition has 7 ranks. So we have 4 plus 5 plus 10 plus 6. 25 ranks. Anything else? The new Nick doesn't have Hydra ranks, okay. So this is 340 and otherwise 370. So without calculating the crit difference, Perdition has 35% extra damage. I think for speed farming it would probably be wise to go for a Shaco. Just they have like perma teleport and stuff. Teleport, Hydra, teleport, Hydra. But I would probably do this in that case. And then we have a 8 seconds Inferno. Eight. Oh. We probably do Neosec anyway. To get more Infernos. Yeah, the thing is you're gonna have Inferno downtime. How long does it last? Let's open a stopwatch. It's like 4 seconds. So this means here we would perfectly have 100% uptime within 8 seconds and a Zek rune. And on the partition setup we would have 2 seconds downtime on Inferno. Unless we do partition and we go for normal ring. We could get more cooldown on a normal ring compared to this. But then our teleport and all that is like way longer. It's also Giga tank setup. Ah, shit. Wait, do I have to crit or can the Hydra just proc this? So this solves the crit issue anyway. Yeah, I think maybe Shaco is just better because it just makes everything more convenient. You get Giga tanky. It's like barely a loss in damage. But you can just press all your buttons a lot more, including teleport and Inferno. That might make it worth it. We have way too much armor. Yeah, so we got 30 crit. Yeah, the thing is we need to get some crits. I'm not sure if we can proc this. Let's see. Okay, can I get to 70 crit? We have 90 crit. Good enough for science. Do they ever not crit? Yeah. Okay, that should be fine. I see a lot of white numbers. Okay, seriously, right here. Goodbye. World boss in 6. We have a nice interaction with Supreme, Inferno, and Hydra new aspects. You mean it costs no mana? And for Kappadeka and in Challenge Shrine is 75% bonus. But right now I'm not really sure if like, you know, Visas cost reduction will interact with this at all.
I've always been better at moving on than staying still.
Yeah, this looks like roughly 30% non-crits, right? What? Oh, it's only 3 seconds. Okay, so I have to crit for the Hydras to gain a 30% buff. Yeah. Okay, so in that case, you have to put something here. Spark time. This means I also can't do incinerate. I was thinking about maybe incinerate or something. Does work for ice blades. Maybe actually. Maybe it just can't proc from itself. They can't proc from the other conjurations? That's kind of weird. Yeah, it seems so. It seems like the ice blades works. So it just can't proc itself. We can try the wolves. It's hard to distinguish hits now, but it looks like that also works. Yeah, it looks like the Hydras always crit. So the Hydras just can't proc their own crit buff. Okay. Back to Flame Shield. Yeah, so we don't need much crit. Really get 82% crit. You just need 18% crit. Which we get from base and stats. And that's it. It's just the decks that we have. Can check it from buff bar. Ah, true, it has a buff. Interesting. Yeah, now it vanishes. What? Yeah, he has a buff. Okay, so this is easy. Oops. Yeah, I think that's it actually. So Shaco is a bit weaker, but way more comfy. So I probably prefer Shaco. It's actually interesting. So when you get like a shitty Shaco, you just use it for a Hydra build. And the good Shacos you use for Lightning Spear. So that's how it works. Thanks, Maxley. Hi, SVR, by the way. Yeah, the new gems give you 360 armor and 18 res. So, yeah. I'm not sure if I need this like restore resource thing here. I think you're supposed to just regen it back. So you do this. It's a lot of additives, 145. I mean, how much additive do we have? 730. Like 800. 1600. Two 2.4. 2.9. 3k. So like I have a 3k additive actually. So this is like 5% damage, 4.5% damage. It's probably worth keeping the crit damage here. So I think we need to restore resource. Just not sure if like attack speed really matters for the Hydras. Do they attack faster? Meeting. I'm gonna have that soon. So this one actually has a Giga attack speed, okay. Here's also Giga attack speed. Here's attack speed. Okay, so actually you can just do this and we don't have to do new gear. And just take it off. That should be easy to see. Most fun build in Season 8. Crushing Hand. Ice shots maybe. If you can stomach Enlightenment gameplay. Okay, so how fast does it attack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Really? That should be more, no? This is 35, 50, like 65 attack speed. How much do I have? Almost nothing. And add a potion, it's like 80 attack speed. And I got 2 more attacks. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. What? Is this just like random? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I wonder if the damage goes up. Ice Shards might be the best version. Yeah, you can do Hail of Hourglass. I was thinking about that. But I need some serious mana regen then. Actually, you just need to tap it sometimes and then get started as proc, right? But then no cooldown. Blech. Blech. Okay, so... Shit, let's get rid of the wolves. Okay. So I do like 50, 60k. It's with all the gear. So if I take this off, it should not affect it at all, besides the attack speed. They do the same. So attack speed just straight up doesn't work for Hydra. Good to know. Very cool. Oh wait, we had elements aspect as well, so maybe that interfered here. 60. 43 without. Let's see this again. Oh my god. No, it still seems the same. Yeah, so it doesn't need to do anything. Wait, 30k. 41. Yeah. So attack speed doesn't do anything. Cannot make Hydra work. Check out Project Diablo 2. Okay. That's a very random comment. I'll consider it. So in that case, it's Hydra damage everywhere. So attack speed doesn't do shit. I mean, it is actually a decent amount of additive. But they're nerfing that too, I suppose. By like a third, a quarter. 200, 600, 800. Okay. So you're gonna get like 600 on top of figure. It's like 20% DPS from the tempers. And otherwise, if attack speed worked, it would be a bit more. It'd probably be more like 50. So this means also we don't need to put attack speed here. So we actually have literally nothing to put but this. And also, like, here we have literally nothing to put. Wait, what do we do? Shit. Wait, do we have one? We have the wolves. Yeah, this is awkward. Sounds like we should just do like Starless and then choose up the Harlequin for the cooldown. I mean, you get almost the same number of ranks. And that puts our Inferno at 9.5, which is pretty close. So we have 5 seconds instead of 4 seconds. I probably have to put armor back here. That's too much armor actually. Oh, I forgot we still have that. Can Hydras make perpetual lucky hit happen? Well, they can't infinitely self-sustain Hydras. Well, actually, maybe. Now you have to cast something for Quacks. I mean, if you find a way to passively spend mana, then you can just cast a Hydra and it will go forever, I guess. With the enchant. But I mean, Hydra lucky hit is terrible, so you can't really do much of that. You sure you want to use Sid's Binding? No, they fixed the Masterworking bug. You only get like 7 ranks now. So 7 ranks of Sid of Primordial Bindings, and you have 4 already. Like this is an 80% buff. So it's 180. And then how much is that? It's 20 per rank. So it's 320 over 180. So the Sid Binding is a 77.7% buff. And we have an int, core skills. How much is the int? 283. 254. So that's 8.2% from the int. And then the core 4, 10. Depends a bit on the setup, I guess. 17, 22. Let's say 22 ranks. That's 34% DPS. Then the temper, let's say 6. And then comes the aspect. So the aspect needs to be only 25%. You know, even a fucking conceded aspect is gonna beat Sid Bindings. And it doesn't even count that you have to get, you know, a perfect triple masterwork on the right affix. Like here, if I don't hit a core, it's not that bad. We have giga ranks anyway. You can also hit the int. And then we also hit the barrier gen. We have life. Like there's no way you're gonna use the glove. I think I can add resource generation or lucky hit to restore mana. Yeah, we don't care. I mean, first of all, this setup has 3 unique jewelry. But mana is not a problem. Yeah, you're a summoner, you have Primordial Binding, you put like 1 mana regen roll and you have, like it takes like 2 seconds and you have full mana. You can cast a Hydra every 3 seconds if you want, no problem. Yeah, I think for the try-hard push variant, maybe gonna go like Hail of Hourglass and Ice Shards. And get a 100% buff. But they're gonna have like no cooldown. And if you have no cooldown, they can't really cast Inferno. Like, no cooldown here. You can't change that. You can change this, but you already have cooldown. You can get more on normal ring. Yeah, you could do like 2 normal rings. But if you go Hail of Hourglass and Ice Shards, you kind of want to have the Starless. That's like a big reason to do it, I think. So at least you have 1 ring where you can put cooldown. Hydra exposures, I'm not sure what I mean with exposures, but they will have area damage now from the new unique. I mean, there is cooldown here a bit. This is like 12% DPS maybe. Neo Zac. Let's do this. Wait, we get vulnerable here from Inferno, right? Okay, so we don't need vuln anywhere. Yeah, this is gonna be a 100% damage buff. I have to cast it every 5 seconds. I have to cast it every 3 seconds for this. Might just tap Incinerate for the starters here. Yeah, either way, like, all these are like very small differences anyway. So maybe gonna do this Ice Shard shenanigans. This might be like a try-hard push angle. But yeah, the cooldown here on Inferno is 10 seconds with a Zac rune going. That's too long. You're not gonna have Vuln up. You're not gonna have the 50% buff up. You're not gonna pull stuff very much. And you kinda want to pull them so the Hydras AoE them down. Like, I'm not sure how this is gonna work. Maybe if like 2 normal rings with Inferno cooldown, this would work. But at that point you lose so much. Why do we would run the Hail of Hourglass? It's 100% and then... I mean, the int is a lot, to be fair. $283. So it's like 100% and then stuff like that. Where, for example, Petition would be something like this. 45% difference. Starters can definitely make up for that. But yeah, realistically, I think I want 2 rings that have cooldown here for Inferno. Like even 1 is not enough if you do the Tarasha. Or we do the Stardust and keep the Tarasha. But yeah, in terms of comfiness, like this is definitely the winner here. You just go like cooldown, which one? This one here. There's like no upkeep. You have teleport everywhere, you have Inferno whenever you want. You don't do anything. You just teleport and cast Hydra and you chill. And then maybe for push you do something like this here. But it doesn't even seem much stronger. This is also giga tanky. 14k life with a Shaco. And I don't even have like unnecessary life. None of the life is masterworked or GA on any item. Like this is just what you get. You just have 14k life. I guess you could do the all stats here if you want. $330. So there's like a 11% DPS. Guess you can do that if you want. Yo, Azazel, thank you. North will find a way to make it 3k live. I'm sure of that. Oh man. Naughty Mares, okay then. The song is called Shapeshifter Free Force, by the way. Reset, by the way. It's good for new players this season. Yeah, I mean, Diablo 4 generally keeps getting better. Slowly. And, I mean, if especially if you jump in for the first time, you know, there's plenty of, like, nice stuff and, you know, exploration. That's gonna be fun. Kind of interesting how, like, attack speed just does nothing. Unless I did some mistake in the testing here, but I mean, it's pretty obvious, right? The numbers are the same. Unless there's some snapshotting going on. This could be a thing. Also, just remove the elements aspect because that's annoying. Okay, 50k. $30k, why is it so much difference now? $30. Yeah, so there's nothing going on. It's just like attack speed does nothing. That's it. Okay. What's this thing called? Gold, searing heat. That's 62. Wait a minute. Do we need any crit chance at all? Does 82? 8, yeah, okay, no, this is fine. 18, yeah. Anything else actually mechanically that I want to see? Okay, let's see. Guys, I gotta go. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it makes an attack faster. I added 80% attack speed and counted the same number of attacks and maybe like one more sometimes. It seems like there's like some random range of like 10 to 12 attacks per head. And 80% attack speed should be very noticeable. So I didn't have any other attack speed bonuses. Is Rock Splitter the only bad build above? Well, actually, they nerfed Rock Splitter. Like, out of all of the basic attack builds, Rock Splitter got nerfed, but didn't benefit from the buff. But the pants might help it a bit. And there's some other new stuff that I am cooking. So I think it's gonna be pretty decent. And I have some other ideas for the pants as well. And potentially some of the poison builds are also buffed. While Noxus Resonance looks like a nerf, maybe we can come out ahead. Which should make the poison builds and Spiritborn in general pretty good, actually. But yeah, we'll see. Guys, I have maximum meeting, so I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna rate Fame today. How about that? Have a good one, guys.